As a court, please, my lord, the matter stood down yesterday for the continuation of cross-examination
Yes.
by Mr.
Mgomezulu, yeah.
on behalf of accused number one.
Okay, Mr. Mgomezulu,
I see that Advocate Mishololo is not here.
where is she?
As it is the court, my lord. She requested that I should convey the message to the court that there was an agent commitment that she needed to attend to.
There was an agent.
There's an agent commitment that she needed to go attend to, and they requested me to stand in for her.
So you're standing in her stead. You are standing in her stand.
Yes. Yes, my lord.
You're substituting her.
No, I'm not substituting her, mother. I am representing her in absentia. In her absentia.
Okay, fine.
As it is the court.
English language, eh? Standing in her stead. You've never heard of it?
No, mother.
Okay.
We learn every day.
Stick around. You'll learn that.
As it is the court.
Thank you. I see Mr. Sibanda is amused. Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, madam. Morning, Mr. Host. So, yesterday we ended I ended my cross-examination on the cell phone device that was last recorded at Fosloras 4 minutes past 5, and on the 27th or on the 27th of October, if not the 29th of October, that cell phone was for the first time after the 26th of October re-registered on the towers of Fosloras. Is that correct?
This was the next Kuluma. Makalokuki, the number of all sections is one. It was a retire, say, Fosloras on 1704. By Tinagubona, Peter Richardson, 29 October, Table.
The question that I want to pose now is, this cell phone, if it was not in Fosloras on the day Senzo Meyiwa was killed, and this cell phone is associated with accused number 3, or is registered in the name of accused number 3, who else do you think might have been in possession of that phone without accused number 3?
As a court case, my lord, we object to that question. We submit that the witness is being asked to speculate. The speculation will be of no assistance to the court. In any case, that is not something that falls within his knowledge. We submit that it's an unfair question.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
My lord, I submit with due respect that I asked this question with the full knowledge that this cell phone was registered in the name of accused number 3.
But your question, oh well.
May I rephrase it, madam?
Okay, fine. All right.
May I rephrase it with due respect? Mr. Host, let me take you back again on your examination in chief. You confirmed that this number belongs to accused number 3, correct?
That's according to my knowledge, yes. But you tell Makalakukin, Ugam Soda, we start what you ever would have done.
And according to your evidence, this cell phone, you said it communicated with accused number 5, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
wathi ke lolu celo tells khulume no number 5 athi yebo.
And if we are talking about accused number 3, we are talking about Mr. Mnube. Do you agree?
That's correct.
Wathi umsolo wesithathu bamnqoba athi yebo.
Do you know him here in court? Do you see him here in court?
1, 2, 3. Must be the one in the middle. I don't know. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That's correct.
Wathi hayi kufanele kuyilo ophakathi nendawo la enkantolo.
And accused number 5 is the last one on the row.
That's
Wathi
correct.
umsolo wesihlanu kuyilo osegcineni.
So we talk about the people that we can see, correct?
That's correct.
Wathi khuluma ngala bantu ababonayo athi yebo.
And with your evidence saying accused number 3 and number 5, when you were taken by the prosecution or by my colleague in respect of the 3 transactions that registered on the 26th of October, you mentioned only 3 transactions on the 26th of October. Can you recall that?
That's correct.
Wathi yakhumbula yini ukuthi sikhulume ngama-transaction amathathu mhla 26 October athi yebo.
And you are the analyst of this data, correct?
That's correct.
Wathi yena uhlaziya le data athi yebo.
What actually made you? Because I believe when you did this analysis, you went through all the recordings or the transactions in the 205, correct? You started from page 1 up to the last page, correct?
Wathi ukuhlaziya kwakho waqala ekhasini lokuqala waze ufika kulokugcina kunjalo.
Just one thing. Are we looking at number 27727668169?
That's correct, yes.
I never said only 3 entries. That was for accused 2 that we were talking about yesterday, my lord. That three calls were for accused 2. I never said how many entries were made on the 26th for accused 5.
No, I'll correct Mr. Post. I don't like the court to agree with you if we haven't agreed on that. I'll take you on the records. I've even highlighted, you only talked about the communication between accused number 3 and number 5 on the 26th of October 2014.
My lord, according to my records, there was only 1 call on the 26th of October. All the other calls were previous, after. That's what when I started in evidence, or when I started with this statement, there's all the calls that was made. It's on my statement, my lord.
Wathi ingcingo esisuke umsolo wesithathu kuya umsolo wesihlanu mhla ka-26 October kube ucingo olulodwa.
I just misplaced my where I actually wrote those. You even specify about times of their communication. There were 3.
That was for accused 2 when I was crossed by, or I was in chief with Advocate Baloy. That was for accused for, I think it was 1739. There was 3 calls made after he was arrested. That's the 3 calls that we're talking about. I never said that this
Okay.
on this page.
No, it's fine. I'll just stand it down. I'll come back to it. But the purpose for asking this question is not primarily what I'm asking you. Let's proceed. My question is, when you were given this document, GG, Exhibit GG, to analyze,
Yes,
you had to go through all of it.
that's correct, Mala.
Wathi uma usunikwa u-exhibit GG ukuthi uhlaziye wayihlaziya yonke wathi yebo.
Now, during evidence in chief, sorry, let me say this. What made you? I know you were led by my colleague Mr. Baloy. but your evidence related mainly to the communication between accused number 3 and number 5. Correct?
No, my lord. My evidence, if I can read my statement, I was asked by the investigation officer, Brigadier Ganinga, to see if there's any communication. Let me just get my exhibit DD5C, paragraph 6. The intention and scope of this analysis and the request from the investigation officer was to determine the following. If there were any communication between 277-668-169 and other accused in this matter before this court. And the only numbers I picked up was that of accused number 5. No other numbers were communicating with that number during that period of the section 205. Only accused number 5.
Athi uhlaziyela le document leyo kubheke ukukhulumisana phakathi ngamsolo wesithathu nowesihlanu athi cha mina nginikwe umsebenzi uBrigadier Genedo ukuthi ngihlaziye ukuthi kukhona yini ukukhuluma phakathi kuka 0727661869 nabanye abasolo abakhona la enkantolo. Yaphendula ukuthi cha engibonile umsolo wesihlanu.
My question is that the number 0727668169, it appeared from the first page of the data that we're analyzing. Correct?
That's correct, my lord.
But number 07267668169 ivele kusuka ekhasini lokuqala ukuthi yebo.
To know the reasons, if not a reason, why the records of the number 07276668169 were not placed on record in your examination in chief, starting from page 10, proceeding to page 13. Do you know?
Don't understand.
I don't think there's something that this witness can answer. In any case, we did explain that we received the data at a rather late stage, my lord.
I disagree with the stage. I'm going to demonstrate in my submission that the state deliberately omit a particular evidence. For example, my lord, when we're dealing with the AVL evidence of debris, the state omitted deliberately the incident that happened at engine garage. This evidence that was tackled yesterday, beginning from page 10, 11, 12, and 13, the state realized that it was an own goal in their case. NesiZulu bathi bayikwaze ngowabo umkhondo. May I proceed, my lord?
As a court officer, I don't know what the basis of my colleague's submission is. The fact of the matter is he's representing accused number 1, and he's straddling the lines by cross-examining on behalf of the other accused. If he can maybe just stick to his lane, that would assist.
So the concern of the defense, we have agreed with Mr. Mnisi the reasons why I have to deal with this evidence. Secondly, these 5 accused are charged with common purpose to commit an offense. Anything that is said, because my colleague forgets that there are only 2 confessions here. Confession for accused number 1 and for accused number 2. Anything that is in that confession that touches accused number 3, 4, and 5, I have a fiduciary duty to cross-examine this witness based on that. doctrine of common
No, let's just understand that. Remember, you talked about section 319, is it?
219.
Sorry, 219, to
Yes.
say the evidence which is adduced by a confession through either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
It's not applicable to 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
Right, now you are saying you are cross-examining because of the common purpose doctrine.
Yes. That's what it's one of the charges.
Right, fine. And if what you are cross-examining on impinges in the confession, which attaches or which relates to the other accused who are not involved in that confession, you are saying I should allow you to cross-examine thereof. You are right, but the point is, if you do that, then it's a reflection on your client. Are you
I'm aware of that.
Are you aware of it?
I'm aware, Madam.
Fine.
May I just clarify this, Madam, before I proceed?
Yeah, fine.
This witness relates to the communication between these 5 accused.
Yes, yes.
Where does that emanate from? It emanates from the contents of the confession. And in relation to the contents of the communication, I wish to remind the court that there's evidence that Kelly Kumalo communicated with accused number 3. That's the purpose of getting into number 3 for the confession that has been made by accused 1 and 2. That's the reason it deals with communication. So I want to prove to this witness that there was no communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3 in anticipating in the commission of the said offenses, my lord. That's the relevance of
Okay, fine.
it deals with communication.
All right.
Can't comment on that, my lord.
Yeah.
But on what is related to communication, I want you to show the court, because I've got the records here. Can you please take this number for me? Can you please take these 2 numbers for me? 082 082
Yes,
7044
yes,
358.
yes,
The second number 072
yes,
938
yes,
2498.
yes, yes.
Those are numbers for Kelly Kumalo. Those 2 numbers are for Kelly Kumalo. And I have an affidavit made by Kelly Kumalo to say those were the numbers that she was using on the day Senzo was killed. I'm just putting a background. So now, to draw your attention or to employ your skill as a data analyst, I'm putting to you that there was no communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. Looking at those numbers and on the event of the 26th of October, you will find no communication between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo. Unless you want me to give you an opportunity to go through that. Specifically on the 26th, because that was the day in which the state alleges that, according to the confession, Kelly Kumalo communicated with accused number 3.
So there's the number 0827044358 and 072 938 2498. I numbers ga Kelly Kumalo. Futhi ke ukhona lapha ephathisa khona yaBet David ukuthi lezi I number esenzisa ngalilanga Senzo Khulumalo uSenzo Meyiwa bulawa ngalo. Manje ukuthi ke akukho ndawo la khombisa khona ukuthi uKelly Kumalo nomsolo wes3 bakhuluma mhla ka 26 njengoba ke umshushisi esho kuthiwa uthini ngalokho.
My Lord, it's 337 pages, so it's not just a press of the button. So
We can suspend it, we can stand it down. You'll have an opportunity to go through those numbers, if the court so pleases. Can we proceed?
yes,
Or
we can
you-
proceed.
My Lord, can I stand down that question for the witness to go through the 205s to check
Find
these
out
two
if there's
numbers?
communication between Kelly
Court.
Khumalo and number 3.
Number 3, my Lord.
Is that okay? Colonel
Let me
Fons?
just, that's correct, my Lord. Let me just check. I go quickly with,
But as I recall the evidence, Kelly Khumalo had about what, 5 numbers or 6 numbers?
Sorry, my Lord, to ask, I have no
No, I mean,
recollection.
that's the evidence. Sorry, Mr. Maloi, you recall how many numbers did Miss Kelly Khumalo have?
Yes, indeed, that is stated in the affidavit of staying.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the number of the cell phones that she had.
Yeah, she had about 5 or 6.
Yes.
And further, my Lord, it has been stated in that affidavit of Brigadier Kininda, A227, that Kelly Khumalo had 4 cell phones of cell phone numbers. But now, what is of importance, the logic and the reasons to have the section 205. May I just establish from the witness? Say, when you were approached by Brigadier Kininda, you said somewhere in September last year, 7 months ago, correct?
correct.
Wathi-ke uBrigadier Kininda wakuthinda uSeptember kulo nyaka odlula athi yebo.
When he asked you to do the analysis on the basis that Mr. Steyn is on retirement, did he tell you that there were section 205s that were taken from the people that were in the house where Senzo was killed? Did he tell you?
No, my Lord, when I started with this case, I didn't do the cell phone and the 205. I was doing the downloading of the 2 cell phones of accused 2 and accused 5. Later, during the course of the trial, it was requested for the section 205s to be produced, that we have given to the council, and then I started with the section 205s on the accused. That's why that statement came in later. That was it was the additional statement, DD5-2 and DD5-3. So my original my original was just for the 2 cell phones that was downloaded to do analysis on that, not on the section 205. So that it came later. So I don't know anything about any section 205. Other people that was in the house, I have no record about that.
Wathi ekuqaleni kwalo msebenzi lona nganginikwe inombolo ezimbili kaMsolo wesihlanu umhlolo wesibili kuphela ukuthi nje ngikhiphe ulwazi olukhona la ngaphakathi kula mafoni. Manje ke uthi ke emva kwaloko ke ilapho engacela khona ukuthi ngisenze no section 205. Usho ukuthi la ama section 205 anginalwazi ngawo.
So, my Lord, I've just checked the exhibits relating to Colonel Steyn, exhibit 01.
Oh, 1.
Yes, it shows that Ms. Kelly Khumalo had 8 cell phones.
8 cell phones,
Yes.
yeah, that's the point. Miss Kelly Khumalo had 8 cell phones. Fine.
8 cell phones.
Yeah, so when you ask this witness about the communication regarding Kelly Khumalo, it must correlate with 8 cell phones.
I differ
which
with
are-
the Lordship.
According to the state,
I
Ms.
differ,
Kelly
my Lord.
Khumalo had.
I differ with the court.
With the court.
Yes, I differ with what the court is saying, that I must correlate with 8 cell phones.
No, but look, it's common sense. If I have 8 cell phones,
My Lord, section 205 does not require common sense.
what does it require?
It requires scrutiny on what was registered on the, as a database.
Fine,
But now, what may I submit
Yeah,
by,
fine.
by saying this?
Yeah.
We'll keep on speculating about the number of cell phones.
It is a speculation. Wait, Mr. Ngomezulu. Mr. Baloyi, is it speculation that Kelly Kumalo had 6 or whatever cell phones?
Well, that's according to the evidence and the affidavit of
Stain.
Stein. I've just
How
quoted.
many cell phones? Just
Exhibit.
let's recite those 8 cell phones numbers if there are. Oh my God.
Well, on page
Page-
3, page 3 of Colonel Stein's affidavit, Exhibit 01.
Yeah.
She stated the following. She says, the following extraction out of XDS to trace the following numbers of Kelly Kumalo. Then she mentions them.
And he mentions how many numbers?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So that's not speculation, Mr.
That's the
Ngomezulu.
reason. My lord, may I just put it this way?
Yeah,
Maybe
fine.
the court will understand me.
Okay.
I wanted to show this, the witness, a document. May I hand over this document to Mr. Stein? I'll show you. I'm not going. That's the letter that was written by Captain Teto to the TSU for the 205s.
Yes.
And with that letter, she mentioned the numbers that are listed there for the people that were in the house.
Yes.
From that letter, if needs be, I'll make copies for the court and for everyone. In that letter, the numbers that I gave you, the 2 numbers that I gave you for Kelly Kuman, they also appear in that letter. Do you agree?
Athi kule ncwadi ke ebhalwe uCaptain Mthetho ayiya ku-TSU ngama-205 uyabika ke lapho ukuthi kwakuneziphi inamba ezasetshenziswa abantu abalibe lapha endlini. Yavuma yini ukuthi lezi namba ekunika zona sikhona lapho?
That's correct. The 2 numbers, that's correct.
Athi yebo lezi namba embili sikhona.
And according to that letter, there were only 2 cell phones that Captain Mthetho mentioned of the cell phones that were taken from people that were in the house. He mentioned Tumelo, Madlala, Longwe Twala, Mtokozisi, Twala, Madlala, Zandi Kumalo, and I think it's mother of Kelly Kumalo as well.
There's 8 numbers, 9 numbers.
9 numbers.
That's correct.
Including Senzo.
Including Senzo, that's correct. my lord.
Athi ke inamba ke lezi ezathathwa amaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi kuyeka Tumelo Madlala, ekalongwe Twala, ekazandi Khumalo, ngamama Zandi Khumalo Sithanga. Zazisheka lolu yini namba ezathathwa lapho?
Yes, if you peruse that, the second page or the third page, I would say the attachment to those are the 205s, the extracts of the 205 for Kelly Kuman, for both numbers, correct?
It's 1 page, my lord. I can't do anything on a 1-page extraction.
No, I'm saying it's an extract. I've got the full, I've got the full
understand.
205.
I understand, but I don't have the 205 with me, my lord, so I can see, I can't do analysis on extraction or even if I have the document, yes, maybe I can see what I can do,
No,
but
but-
not on the extraction of 2 pages. It's
I
not a
wanted
full
So
document.
you only have one page.
No,
One
no.
page of one number and one page of the other number, my lord.
Okay.
Ngepage elilodwa la nenye inamba nelinye ipage la nenye inamba ngeke ngikwazi ukuhlayiseka ngalama page. Kufanele mathole wonke ama page.
The purpose was not to analyze those documents, was to confirm the contents of what was in the covering letter for Captain Nteto. That was the purpose, not to analyze. May I have the document back? The reason why I'm asking this question, Brigadier Kininda, the investigating officer, did not tell you that there was a 205 done on the in 2014 regarding people that were in the house. The relevance of this is based on the communication between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumar.
Brigadier Kininza ke njengoba kuwumseshi azange kutshele ukuthi ke kukhona ama 205 enziwa kubantu abalapho endlini na.
Now, I'm going back to my question. You analyzed, you saw that there is the number 072 766 8169 from the beginning of the first page.
Athi uhlazile kubona ukuthi khona le number 0727668169 kusukela ekhasini lokuqala.
If you were not taken on cross-examination yesterday, this information would not have been before this honorable court. You agree?
Imbuzo izolo kusho ukuthi le konke lokhu bekuzobe kungekho phambi kwenkantolo.
Which information is this Mr. Mgomezelo referring to?
My lord, my colleague is not listening to me. He's not listening, but with due respect for the decorum of this court, I'll repeat. I referred you to Exhibit GG, where I asked you whether did you go through that Section 205 document data from page 1 up to the last page. You said yes.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi masibuyela lapha kwe-exhibition jiji bakubuza ukuthi ufunde wonke yini amakhasi alapha kusukela kweqala izofika igcina ngathi yebo.
And I asked you about, or I cross-examined you yesterday from page 10, 11, 12, and 13 about the records of cell phone 0727668169.
That's correct.
Athi izolo ngikubuze kusukela ekhasi leshumi kuyofika ekhasini leshumi nantathu mayelana ke nayo le phone u-072 766 8169. Athi
My
yebo.
question is simple. If I did not ask you about the transactions that are in those pages, this court might have not have knowledge of those transactions without being placed on records by you.
So, God, please, my lord, we have presented that evidence. It's on record. How can now Mr. Mgomezolo says if he didn't ask, we are aware of those calls, and that's why we put them before court. And it cannot be us of this witness that if he did not cross-examine on that, the information would not have surfaced. But it's before court, and we place it before court.
My lord, that's not true.
It's not true.
That's not true. Mr. Balo, you must be honest to this court. That's not true. I said, let's stand down that question, the first question I asked you, where you only dealt with 3 transactions on the 26th. That's what I asked you. I'll come back to that question after. I need to consult my notes. I misplaced my notes.
My lord, sorry, there was 3 transactions, 2016, 14, 13, 49, 49, 2016, 2014, 15, 19, 32, and 2016, 1831 to accused 5 number 27723995787.
Manje kukhona ke kathathu lapho kube khona ukuxhumana phakathi kwale number 072766 8169 nenumber ke kamsolo wesihlanu 0723995787 ngomhla 26 zonke kusukela ngesikhathi ka 1349 49 1359 15 19 32 no 18 31 16.
You see, Mr. Host, I listen and I write notes.
100%, my lord. I was just looking at the other dates, 100%. I understand, my lord.
Now, I just want us to get into the purpose of your evidence in this court as a data analyst. The main, or let me not put it as the main object or objective of your testimony in general terms as a data analyst. But what does it seek to achieve when you present such evidence in court as an expert?
Njengochwepheshe ke kusizana ukuthi ulethe ubufakazi obunjena lapha enkantolo.
My lord, I was asked to see if there was communication between accused 3 and other suspects, and that's what I did, to see if there was communication. That's all. That was my scope of my analysis.
Umsebenzi engithunywe ukuthi ngikwenze ukuthi ngihlaziye ukuthi kukhona yini ukuxhumana phakathi komsola wesithathu nabanye abakhona la enkantolo. Wona kuphela umsebenzi engicela wona.
It's not something I made up. It was requested by me by the investigation.
Akuyona izinto into engangizenzele yinto ke engangicela ukuthi ngiyenze.
Yes. So you've done as you were requested and you gave evidence, and surely in your evidence you stated that there was a communication between accused number 3 and number 5.
That's correct.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke njengoba ucele ukuthi uhlaziye ushilo ukuthi bekukhona ukuxhumana phakathi komsola wesithathu nomsola wesihlanu wathi yebo kunjalo.
And one of amongst my colleagues, either Advocate Mnesi, Advocate Numalo or Advocate Mshololo, put it to you that accused number 3 and number 5 knew each other before the incident of the 24th of
100%, my lord.
Kubuziwe ke lana abanye abameli umnisi nomnqumalo noma umshololo ukuthi bekukhona ukwazana komsolo wesithathu nabanye lesi sigameko singakenzeki wathi yebo kubonakala kanjani.
So is it your evidence today that the cell number of accused number 1, the 079-379-0137 cannot be linked with that own number, so with that number 072-766-8169?
For the period 23 October 2014 to 25 January 2015, that's the section 205 I have in front of me. For the other periods, I can't say, my lord.
Kusho ukuthi ke kule number ke lena u079 579-0137 no 0762-766-8169 bengekho ukuxhumana sithi ke kusukela ngo-October 2014 kuya kuJanuary 2015 lokho ebengayiphawula ngako kodwa ke kwezinye ikhathi anginama 205 angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalo.
But I'll just put it as a fact to be proven that there was no accused number 1 and number 3 did not know each other on the 26th of October 2014, on the day Senzo was killed.
Ngibeka ukuthi umsolo oqala nomsolo wesithathu babengazani ngaphambili kwamhla 26 October ngelanga uSenzo Meyiwa wabulala ngalo.
Neither there was such a communication between accused number 1 and accused number 3. on that day.
But if futhi akukho ukuxhumana phakathi kamsolo wokuqala nomhlolo wesithathu ngalelo langa.
Noted, my lord. Can't comment on it.
Akukho engakuphawula ngalokho.
Now, if this purpose of giving this evidence is demonstrated by you from the request of the lead investigator, Mr. Brigadier Gininda, I'm putting it to you now as a matter of a proven fact that accused number 2, being the owner and the possessor, lawful possessor of the cell phone 072 766 8169, was not in Vosloorus on the day Senzo was killed.
I can't comment on it, my lord. I haven't got the section 205 for that number, so I can't comment on that statement, my lord.
Umsolo wesibili umnini wale phone lo 0727668169 wayengekho eFoslare ngelanga uSenzo Meyiwa abulala ngalo kusho ukuthi ke wathi hayi anginayo section 205 ya le phone futhi angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho.
I was meaning accused number 1 and number 3. I beg your pardon.
Bengikhuluma ngomsalo uhlolo wokuqala nosithathu. Xoleni.
I think we already dealt with that. Cell phone was in that area. I can't comment if the person was there, as was stated yesterday. And accused one, I haven't got his section 205 for the period for that 2014, my lord.
But hayi engakusho nje ukuthi ifoni yakhombisa ukuthi yayilapho ukuthi kwakuyena owayephethe angeke ngikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho. Section 205 kamsolo wokuqala yona anginayo angikwazi ukuphawula.
Sorry. May I approach my colleague? From the court.
As it is the court. I got a bit lost. There was something that I was quickly checking on my notes here. On the last session that my colleague Mr. Gomez put to the witness, when he said that he put it as a matter of fact.
Please, says what?
When I'm trying to recall, as I'm saying, there's something that was distracting me on the notes here. But then I heard him saying that he put it as a matter of fact that on the day of the incident, accused number 3 was never at Vosloorus.
Yeah.
In terms of the record, in terms of the cell phone data, as it is the court, my lord, may I just request a very moment to have a word with my colleague.
Yeah, okay, you want to consult with Mr. Mgomezulu concerning the fact whether number 3 was actually at Vosloorus or not.
I will bring that information, and I think for now it's privileged, it's classified information.
What do you mean it's here? That's why I know it.
Excuse me, madam.
That's why I know it.
No, I say for now, what me and Mr. Mgomezulu are going to discuss is privilege.
Oh, fine, yeah, fine.
Yes.
So you want to ask for Jen?
Just for 5 minutes, madam, yes.
Okay, then 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Manoj.
I think the issue has been clarified. Mr. Boyce will explain it to the court. Thank you.
Let me just put it very clearly and unambiguously. Mr. Host, what I wanted to clarify, according to this data, when the allegation that Senzo was killed between 7:30 and 8:30, the time, I'm referring to the time, accused number 3 was not in force Lawrence. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi-ke ngesikhathi usenzo ekuthiwa wabulawa ngaso ngo-7:30 ukufika ngo-8:30 umsolo sithathu wayengekho eForce Lawrence.
Let's move on to the evidence, but may I find out from you, because I wanted to tell you that there are no records of communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 3. But insofar as the data for accused number 3, I have established, or I just want to check it from you, whether will it be necessary to go through the 205s for Kelly Kumalo. For that period, in confirmation of the evidence of building up from Colonel Stein.
If I've got all 8 numbers, yes, my lord, but not only on 2 numbers. I need to have all 8 numbers that was mentioned, the section 205.
Bathi-ke lokho kungekho-ke
Tembisa case 217-03-2019. I'm referring to that. Now I'm referring you to your paragraph, to your affidavit, DD5B. You remember how many cell phones you mentioned that they belong to accused number 1?
Hayi kama cellphone ukubona lapha ku exhibit 5B okuthiwa ke akamsolo oqala.
In terms of that,
2 numbers.
Athi kubonakala inamba ezimbili.
where did you get the second number? The second number, is it the one 060-7746-749?
From the investigation officer, my lord,
Njengoba zona izinamba ngathola umseshi
When?
nini.
when I've done the section 205.
Emva kokuthi ngenze section 205.
When?
Athi nini?
My lord, when I was asked to do the section 205, when I received the database, all the numbers was given to me. I've got a list of numbers that I can show that was given to me by the investigation officer and Colonel Stein in September month.
That's correct. I wanted to know when.
September
Which
month.
day?
That's correct.
Which
Athi
day?
ngathola ngoSeptember.
When I was asked, let me just check my statement. I received a request from Colonel Stein on 230906.
Athi ngayithola ke isicelo kusiphuma ku Kennedy ngomhla
Colonel Brigadier Kanenda to assist Colonel Stein.
ubrigadier Gininda wangicela ukuthi ngisize uKennedy.
Then that affidavit DD5, which date did you make it?
Kwenza nini ke i-affidavit ka DD5?
What was the day it was commissioned?
I lost some of the papers I just used, I just need to get it. DD5B.
Yes.
5 or DD5B?
DD5, the first one.
(2909) 2023.
Mhla 29/09/2023.
So you made that affidavit after you were given the data,
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, i-affidavit le ngayenza emva sengithole idatha.
but you confirm that in your DD5 affidavit, there's no mention of other cell numbers for accused number 1.
Ndiyaqiniseka ukuthi kule ku-DD5 akukhombisi ezinye iy'namba ezihambelana nomsolo oqala.
Where did I confirm that?
No. Unless I referred you to paragraph 15.2.2. I was specific. I'm talking about paragraph 15.2.2.
Wait,
That's where you talked about the cell number of accused number 1.
That's correct. I
Where?
never said there was any other numbers. I said this number was found on the database. I never said there's no other numbers on the database of the accused. I never said he had another number, or I don't know if he has another number. This number was given to me by the investigation team.
Mr. Stein, Mr.
That's
Host,
correct, my lord.
let me just rephrase it. Maybe you didn't understand me.
Yes.
May I rephrase it?
Yes.
I'm saying when you testified for the first time about annexure DD5, you refer this court to paragraph 15.2.2, correct?
That's correct.
DD5 la enkantolo ukhulume paragraph 15.2.2 athi yebo kunjalo.
In that affidavit, you have not mentioned any other number other than the number 079-379-0137. That's the only number you spoke of, you wrote about it in that affidavit.
But the affidavit ayikho enye number okhulume ngayo, ukhulume ngo-079-379-0137, ayikho enye number okhulume ngayo.
My question, simple. With reference to DD5B, second page, you mentioned two numbers of accused number 1.
My lord, can I explain something? The section, the paragraph, let me just go to paragraph
15.2.
15.2. So paragraph 15 is number identified. Okay, the number of Masequela Stemba Sabia accused 1 of shell number 277937917 was saved on SIM card on the index as Muzi. Okay,
Yes.
so the next one. The number was identified through Truecaller, section 205 during the rest on Tembisa Cash on Samsung SMG F532F with IMA number forensic bag PA6500178680 with number was found in his possession. This picture that I
No, I'm not talking about pictures.
just want to explain, my lord. This picture is the communication with that number. He won't communicate with his own number. That's why his number is not on here. This is the communication from that number. If you look at I'll open it. I explained the communication with that number. Not the numbers of the accused. I explained the communication with that number. I won't pick up his number because he didn't communicate with his own number. That's why it's not on there. So I never stated that there was, I don't know about another number. This picture says that's the communication. If you look in the middle, 27793790137. And then that's the communication to that number. I couldn't say that he communicated with his own number because that was not my scope of analysis. So I never put it to this court that I don't know about another number of the accused.
Zange ngichaza ukuthi ayikho enye number engiyaziyo kamsolo engishoyo nje ukuthi angeke akwazi ukuthi akhulume nenumber yakhe lapha ngoba benganikiwe lo msebenzi ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi ukhulumile yini nenumber yakhe.
But my concern is very simple. I don't want you to saw it, Mr. House. My concern is that number reflected in the second page of DD5B is not in your DD5, the second number. Is that what I want to confirm?
No, my lord. This picture, DD5, is the communication of 27797900137. So that's the one number. That's the one the number that he said that he doesn't. I didn't know. Now this is the communication with the other accused.
Let me make it simple for you.
But you can't. It won't be on here because he didn't phone his own number. That's why it's not on here. So I haven't got record on my database for the communication to the other number. So that's why I don't have the number on this picture, my lord.
But because we 079 3790137 ibikhumana kanjani nalawa amanye so angeke kube khona la esithombeni ukukhombisa ukuthi wayekhuluma yini nale inamba ngoba angeke akwazi abengathi ke ukuthi bheke ukuthi wayekhuluma nenamba yakhe yini.
Mr. Host, I'm concerned about the wording of paragraph 15.2.2.
Yes.
You talked about it from the 205. This is the number that was found when accused number 1 was arrested in Tembisa.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So now, my question is, was it the only number on that database that you were giving before you made that affidavit? That
I never looked for that another number because I was looking for the communication with this number with the other accused, my lord. I don't know how to explain it. If I phone, I won't phone my other number.
I know
so
that.
it won't be on this because this is the communication from 0137 to the other accused. So I didn't put it on here because there was no communication with that number. I never said there was another number or I don't know about another number.
Ngizazi ukuthi ayikho enye number noma khona enye number echazayo lana ukuthi lesithombe ukhombisa ukuthi inumber leyo 0137 yayikhuluma yini nabanye abasona ngoba iyona into engangicela ukuthi ngiyiveze.
My Lord, can we adjourn for tea?
Now, continue with that.
No, that's what was
No,
indicated
no,
to me, but I can still proceed.
Yeah,
I'm not
proceed.
running out of questions.
Proceed.
Yes. This number 060.
My lord, can I go back to the top one? To the top. So it was on a database, but it was not. There. Stemba Sabia Muzi 27607747679. I did testify about that because that's a communication from 1239 with that number. I worked out the communication with the other numbers, my lord. So why it's not on paragraph 15.2.2 because 0137 didn't communicate with that number. But if you're looking at paragraph 15.2.1, accused 5, 27715911239 did communicate with that number. That was, it's put to me now.
20715951239 wakhuluma naleyo number. Ikhona yiyo into enza ukuthi ikhombise la.
So it is on the database, my lord.
Yekukhona la ngaphakathi kwi-database.
Why was it not mentioned in DD5? And especially there's another number that I'm coming.
It is mentioned in paragraph 9.2.1.
Chaziwe la ku paragraph 9.2.1.
That is for accused number 5.
Yes, because he communicated with that number, but it's not. He didn't communicate with himself. That's why it's not on paragraph 15.2.2.
But yebo, yeah, ngoba yakhuluma nabanye abantu ikhulunywe ngawo kodwa ke ayizange ikhulunywe ukuthi yazifonela yena.
Other than that data that was given to you,
Yes, my lord.
how do you prove that this number belongs to accused number 1?
Through the investigation team, they must testify. That was given to me by the investigation team, my lord.
Bathe ngaphandle ke kwale 251 wena kwazi kanjani lethi siqiniseko sokuthi bawefuna number yakho hayi abaseshi abanomsebenzi ukuthi bazoletha leso siqiniseko balethelana bakube yibona abazosikhulumela.
Did they give you the record document under this number?
My lord, I was told this is the number of accused 5.
The question is, did they give you the record document? That's the
No,
question.
my lord, I didn't. I was told that that was the number of.
But bakunika any record document that cha mina ngatshela ukuthi inumber yakhe le.
Let's get into 083 7106 297. You said it belonged to accused number 1.
Oh wait, 3?
083 710 6297.
Where it is. Accused 1, 083.
710 6297.
6297. Where did I say?
Sorry?
629.
Do-
Just trying to
Is
get
it the
that
first
number.
time to talk about this number?
No, I'm just trying to see what's the number. Just want to check what number you're talking about. Oh wait, 2?
083 710 6279. 97, sorry. 083 710 6297.
62. That's it, yes.
Sorry?
Okay, yeah,
Do you see it?
yes.
Does it belong to accused number 1?
That's according to that was given to me by the investigation team, my lord.
athekele 083710627 yakhombisa yena ukuthi ekamsolo kuqala ukuthi hayi ilento engitshelwe abaseshi.
So you don't have record documents for this one?
No, my lord.
Bathi anayo ireka yaleyo athi hayi cha anginayo.
I have a worry of bringing these two numbers after Sergeant Mhola has testified. According to your initial testimony, you talked about one cell phone that was recovered from accused number 1.
No, I never said one phone, my lord.
You mentioned, sorry, in that affidavit you mentioned one cell phone.
No.
Where is it?
15.2. Do you
Point two.
understand what?
Just, sorry, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, just read 15.2.
I'll start with 15.2.1.
Yeah, just read it.
where that number is mentioned. 15.2, my lord, is the communication of. Let me open it again for you, my lord. And it just said that number. They communicate. These numbers communicate with that number. Okay. That second number of what you won't be on this because he didn't communicate with his own number. That's why it's not on here. I never said there wasn't another number. But if you go back to 15.2.1, paragraph 15.2.1, there is the number put on record. So there is the number.
The court asked you to read that
Yes,
paragraph 15.2.1
yes.
and 15.2.2. The reason why I'm asking this question, Mr. Host, is that do you remember when you laid evidence about that number? Later it transpired that number belonged to Lungsani. Yeah. That number, they said it belongs to Lungsani Ndwandwe, who will come and testify at the later stage.
He must come testify, my lord. That's the data I've got, that's information and the data I have. And I gave evidence on what I have.
Atheka hayi data ile enginayo and ufazi emlethile ile phezu kwale data enginayo.
And according to my instruction, Lungisani Ndwandwe is the younger brother to accused number 1. He's he's a cousin to accused number 1. Lungisani Ndwandwe. He's a cousin.
Ulungisandwandwe ngosinako la nkantolo ukuthi umzala kaMsolo wokuqala.
Thank you, Madam. Let me just rephrase it. Correction. Lungisani Ndwandwe is the younger brother of accused number 1.
Akulungisani Mndwandwe umfana omncane kaMsolo wokuqala.
And he will call him also to confirm that that number belonged to Lungisani Ndwandwe.
I can't comment on that, my lord. I don't have the Home Affairs data before me to confirm if Lungusani is indeed the brother of accused number 1.
Anginalo ulwazi lwase-Home Affairs oluchazayo ukuthi uLungisani Ndwandwe umfowabo uMsolo wokuqala.
I know that you are not working for Home Affairs. The question, the relevance of this is that you made an analysis based on wrong information.
When I received the information, there was no mention that that was the brother of accused number 1.
Now I'm correcting you.
Ngathi ke uma ngisebenza ke umsebenzi wokuhlaziya kunganikwanga ke lolu lwazi lokuthi lona umfowabo uMsolo wokuqala.
So I didn't do the wrong analysis. I've done on what I received, and that's what I gave him for court.
Ngathi ngihlaziyile ngalokho engikwamukele ke ngaphendula ngale ndlela.
I'm saying to you now that that number has been contested. You can't put it as a fact that it belongs to accused number 5.
And I can't put it as fact that it belongs to the brother.
According to the data. According to the data that you're giving.
That's correct.
We'll correct that information emanating from the data.
That's
The
correct.
correct information is that that number belongs to Lungisani Ndwandwe, and he is related to accused number 1.
Can't comment on that, my lord.
Angikwazi ukuphawula ukuthi leyo number leyo kaLungisani Ndwandwe umfowabo uMsolo wokuqala.
Can you attend 14?
You still want to go on, please. You don't have to adjourn for tea.
We need to take a comfort break, my lord.
I see, okay, 15 minutes then.
police station, go to the cells where accused number 2 is, request the cell phone from accused number 2, then accused number 2 gives him this Samsung J5. That is for contextual purposes.
Bathi-ke na-ke namabhena abahamba-ke baya-evaluate bafika bathola umsolwa esemaseleni bafika bathi bacela ifoni bayithola.
What I'm just showing you is these sort of adaptations and embroidery, tailoring. Because at first he never said initially during the main trial that no, by the way, I did, and Mabena went and obtained the phone on the 7th, and then on the 8th we take it to TSU Middleburg for analysis. It was just a mere denial.
As a quick comment, I don't see how that can be
Yeah, this witness was not
characterized as an adaptation.
That's fine, it's fine.
First, it must be borne in mind that Sergeant Mokhane firstly testified in the trial within a trial, which was about the voluntariness of the statement or the admissibility of the statement made by the accused, and later on he then came and testified on the merits.
My Lord, I withdraw that question from the witness because he cannot.
Yeah,
It's neither here nor there.
there.
Okay.
Because he says he was given these devices
Yes.
to analyze. Never told that, hey, we picked up this underneath the bridge or whatever.
I wish he had said so. My Lord. Now let's go to this cell phone and track the movement of this phone, right? Because yesterday you said that you saw the to and the throwing as to him saying, my landlord colleague saying it was found on accused number 2 in Vilera, and I saying the opposite, that it was found initially on the 16th. Now I need us to trace the movement of this phone, and we will refer. I know some of the evidence you are not here in court, but it's of record, and if I put something to you, I would not be misleading you. My learned colleague is here, the court is here to correct me as well if I put the wrong version to you. The AVL evidence was led in this case by Mr. Dupree of C-Track, and we will try to correlate that movement of the phone with the AVL record, right?
Right, my lord.
Now, as a status, and I'm not saying you must agree with it, accused number 1 says, since the 16th of June 2020, that phone has never been returned to him upon his arrest. So far as he knows, it's still in the possession of the police.
Accused 1 or accused?
Sorry, Kenneth. Thank you for correcting me. Accused number 2.
Okay, you stated like that. That's
Yes.
Uthe umsolwa wesibili kusukela mhla 16 kuJune 2020 ayikazi ibuye ifoni athumeshwa njalo ayikhuluma.
Perhaps, Kenneth, let me drink from your fountain of knowledge. Prior to you becoming a data analyst dealing with various devices, extractions, and all of that, you were also a decorated detective,
That's
correct?
Uthe ungaqale ukusebenza ngokuhlaziya ama-cellphone wawumseshi wathi yebo.
Now let's start at the scene. You are going to a suspect's house, you find the suspect, and your intention is to arrest him. What is the protocol before you bring the suspect into your police vehicle?
You must search him.
Uthe umuntu meyoboshwa into yokuqala enziwayo engakafakwa evenini ukuthi ufanele aseshwe.
Thank you, Kelly. And if you search the suspect, any object, device that you find on the suspect, what do you do with that device object?
You book it into you confiscate it and you put it into evidence.
Uthe umuthola noma yini kumsolwa uyithatha bese uyayibhuka.
And say, for example, in the case of a cell phone, because we are dealing with a cell phone here, you know that the offense for which you are investigating may also involve cell phone evidence. What is the protocol of handling a cell phone from the scene?
You switch it off.
Athi yini ofanele yenze uma uthole i-cellphone lapho phakhona umuntu uthi uqala nje ukuyicima.
Now, we've admitted the evidence yesterday without going into the details, and it's not my intention to do so. I'll refer you, there's an exhibit which is Pretoria North, because accused number 2 is arrested in Rustenburg and then is then transported to Pretoria North, where he's held in custody on the 16th and the 17th of June 2020, right? And there's an entry, it's exhibit MM, it's of record, you may not be aware of it, but I'm putting it for contextual and background purposes. There's an entry at 2242, exhibit MM, which is an extract from the Pretoria North occurrence books in the cells. And it says, in transito, Detective Sergeant Mokhane of National Cold Case Unit with 1 male suspect on Nongoma Cas 163, 10 of 2018 in bracket 1, Bongane Sandiso Ntanzi, SAP 1464 of 6 of 2020, SAP 14A, the Notice of Right, 512-66-765, I'm sorry. Time of arrest is 2100. That means he was arrested at 9 o'clock in Rustenburg.
Kuthiwa lapha kukhona i-exhibition MM la kubhaliwe ngesikhathi sika 2242 ukuthi i-Pretoria North i-occurrence book lena ebhaliwe ukuthi usolake waboshwa ngesikhathi sika 9.
And now you arrive at the police station, you are bringing the suspect in that you've arrested, the booking process is done. What then happens to the accused before he's taken to the cells?
Manje kwenzekani-ke ngomsolo engakathathwa yisomeseleni bese eboshiwe?
I don't understand the question, my lord.
Say, for example, let me put it bluntly. Do the cell masters also search the suspect to make sure that he does not come into the cells with any contraband, prohibited substances or objects? Is that done?
Supposed to be, yes.
Manje kuyasashwa umuntu uma engangena emaseleni ukwenzela ukuthi angabe ephethe lutho olungafanele abaluphathe. Kodwa wasithi umephendula wathi yebo kufanele kwenzeke kanjalo.
Okay. Now, if I don't it's here, sorry. It's here. Now, I want us to look at the AVL record, and I want you to take into context these call data records because, like I said, the purpose mainly is to show who was in possession of the cell phone at all relevant times from the 16th of June 2020 until it was allegedly found on accused number 2 on the 7th of February at Villeria SAPS by Mokhane and Mabena. We start on the 16th of June. If we may go to your the call data records, Lieutenant, please. Right, you will see that from the 17th of June 2020 at 18:01:45 seconds, the phone now registers at the 3G Pretoria North NGA. Do you see that?
That's correct.
But you want to mhla 17 June 2020 sura ngo 1801:45 ifoni le ikhombisa ukuthi ise Pretoria North kule ndawo lena i-cellphone tunnel to 3G Pretoria North NGA what you have.
And it will ping or register on that network until the message stays safe at 1802:46. That's the same tower.
That's correct, my lord.
But you want to tell you towers you feel isikhathi 1802 what you have.
Now, just to go back and then I'll go forward. We already now know that on the 16th already, accused number 1 from 22:11 p.m. is in custody in Pretoria North. Per the background that I gave you.
Siyazi ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi umsolo bese boshiwe.
Now, what surprises me, in fact, let me say I'm not surprised. I am happy to see this phone pinging at Pretoria North Tower because obviously, for obvious reasons, accused number 2 is already incarcerated in that police station.
I think ngiyathokoza ukuthi ngibona ukuthi le phone line imkhombisa ukuthi usePretoria North Tower ngoba bese boshiwe.
But in terms of the protocol that you and I understand, this phone shouldn't be pinging any tower because it's supposed to be switched off at this point in time. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Athi vumela nami ukuthi le phone le ngendlela enisenza ngayo bisifanele icishiwe ingasafanele ikwazi ukuthola amathala athi yebo kunjalo.
Is that okay?
When are we getting to this evidence?
That is fair to put to the witness because Sergeant Mohani denied that they confiscated the phone. Yeah. Now, the proposition is put as if the phone was confiscated, and that might perhaps mislead the witness.
Yeah.
I'm not saying my learned friend is doing that.
This witness, if somebody has transgressed or infringed the protocols, how would he know? And how does it assist this court?
Let's leave it, Mona. Right. And then let's go to the. In fact, let me put it this way, for contextual purposes as well. Sergeant Mohani and Sergeant Mokola both testified in this court that on the 17th of June, they interviewed accused number 2 in the cells at Pretoria North SAPS.
Section Mkhane nomkhona bathi bayakhulumisana nomsola wesibili ngomhla 17 uJune kuJune ebese Pitori.
That's not correct. Firstly, it's only Sergeant Mukhani who testified that, not Mokola, and he testified that it was in the boardroom, not in the cells.
Just before the boardroom meeting.
Let me clarify it, my lord. My colleague is partly correct. Mokola testified that she only arrived towards the end of the meeting.
But where are you getting to with this evidence?
My lord,
Because this witness,
yes.
his evidence is clear. He's given the disc and the PFD in a sealed envelope to say analyze the information. He does that. What happened prior? He can't testify to that.
Okay. All right.
If Mokola, Mahano, or Mabena broke or breached the protocols of the police, how does it help you?
Now let's go to, in particular, this number, the 060 901 6890. In relation to your evidence in Exhibit 5B and 5C, your testimony is that This accused 2 communicated firstly with accused number 5 on the number 071 595 1239.
That's correct.
Lapha ke exhibition 5B no 5C uthe wena umsolo wesibili ukhulume nomsola wesihlanu ngenamba 0715951239 osethi yebo.
Now, accused number 2 will tell this court that prior to the 26th of October 2014, he did not know accused number 5.
Umsolo wesibili uzothi kungafika usuku lukamhla 26 October 2014 wayengamazi umsolo wesihlanu.
I can't comment on it, my lord. I don't know.
Ayengiphawule kuloko angazi lutho.
In respect of accused number 3, according to your analysis in both affidavits, you did not find any communication between accused number 2 and 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But ehlaziyeni wakho uzongithola ukuxhumana phakathi kamsolo wesibili nomsolo wesithathu othi yebo kunjalo.
Accused number 2 will tell the court that it is so that you didn't find that communication because at that time he did not know accused number 3 at the time of this incident on the 26th of October 2014.
Athi umsolo wesibili uzothi hayi ye kunjalo ngoba yena nomsolo wesithathu babengazani lungafiki lolu suku kamhla 26 of 2014.
Furthermore, with respect to accused number 4, did you find any communication between accused number 2 and 4 in the analysis that you performed?
Watholile yini ukuxhumana kamsolo wesibili nomsolo wesine ehlaziyeni kwakho?
No, my lord.
Zangithole.
Accused number 2 will then tell the court that it is unsurprising because at the time of the incident on the 26th of October 2014, he did not know accused number 4 as well.
Athi umsolo wesibili uzothi yena akumangalisi lokho ngoba lungafiki usuku lukamhla 26 October 2014 yena wayengamazi umsolo wesine.
And then accused number 2 will further tell the court that he met accused number 3, 4, 5 for the first time at the Boksburg Magistrates Court on the first appearance of this matter, the very exact matter before this court. He met them in Boksburg when it appeared in the lower courts.
Umsolo wesibili uzothi wabe bona laba basola 3, 4, 5 eBoksburg enkantolo eqala ke ukuyobingelela imanje mayelana nalolu daba.
Can't comment on that, my lord. I don't know.
Ayengiphawule lutho kuloko ngoba ngasi lutho.
Now, let's go to your exhibit DD5 in brackets B. Are we there? Paragraph 7.3.1.
Yes.
And your evidence in essence, let me read from paragraph 7.3.1. You say, during cross-examination, it was put to me by counsel for accused number 2, Bongani Sandi Isontanzi, that client was not in possession of Samsung model SMJ 005/D as with IMEI numbers 3532 90085 098895 and IMEI 3532 9108 509 889 when pictures were edited as per original statement dated 16/04/2024, that is exhibit DD5, and then in brackets pages 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. And according to the data, the pictures were accessed and edited on 2021 how do I read this?
2021-01-04.
So that is the 4th of January 2021. Okay.
njalo kubhaliwe lapha ithombe lezi zalungiswa mhla 4 January 2021.
7.3.2 screenshot of status as per original statement dated 2024-04-16 in brackets exhibit DD5 reference to in brackets page 19. 7.3.3 photo that was taken on 2020-10-29 of newspaper article about current case as per original statement dated 2024-04-16 in brackets exhibit DD5 reference page 20 in brackets. Picture was accessed and edited on 2021-01-11. You see that?
That's correct.
And then you say the section 205 data placed Bongane Ntanzi near cell tower 3G Queenswood NGA, that is 220 meters from Valeria SAPX.
That's correct, my lord.
And there's a picture there, I don't know what it depicts, but I'm not interested in it in any event. What I'm interested in is the following. This one that says section 205 data placed Bongane Ntanzi near cell phone tower. What is the basis of you saying that the tower placed the accused there?
Because the tower is 150 meters from Valeria police station. That's the nearest tower that was picked up by the Cellphone.
But in terms of solar, untanzo lapho ukuthi le tower lena isekuduza kakhulu esikhumulo samapholisa seValeria.
According to the section 205, not according by me.
Akusho mina kusho section 205.
You see, Colonel, the problem now becomes this. You remember the cross-examination of my learned colleague, Mr. Mgomezulu, when he put it to you that accused number 3 was not in forced arrest at the time of the commission of the offense. And your response was, you cannot say that accused number 3 was not there. You can only say that the device. You understand that?
So the device was, okay, if you put it to me, the device was in the cells where the accused was also, because this was 220 meters from the cells. So somebody else's phone that was in the cells?
Yes.
Is that what you...
Yes, because the problem becomes when you try to put ready-made inferences by saying a particular person, because he was 220 meters away from this tower, you can now, through the data record, say it is exactly this person that was 220 meters away editing these pictures. You see the problem?
It's a fact that accused number 2 was incarcerated at Villera police station.
That's not disputed, Mr. Ramasapisi. You also admitted that your client was inside the cells at Valeria.
Yes, I do.
So what's the problem? Now I argue the fact that it was not a cell or what, because the facts show that accused number 2 was arrested and incarcerated at Valeria, which is 150 or 200 meters away from that our post. I mean, please. So, unless you say what your client was in Rustenburg or Phuket or wherever, Natal or wherever, but you yourself, you say your client was incarcerated in Valeria, and that pole is 200 meters, is it?
220 meters, my lord.
220 meters from the cells. So what are we getting at, please?
My lord, you see, what is good for the gander must also be good for the geese.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. The state cannot, in one instance, they say, no, only the device was here, but the person may have been somewhere else.
Yes, they can't say that. But in this case, according to you, your client was in Valeria.
Yes.
According to you.
Yes.
That's it. So what are we arguing about?
My lord, perhaps, you see, My Lord, at times, and I'll have to join Mr. Mgomezuli's sentiment. I'm not that kind of a person. My Lord has got a tendency to be impatient.
I'm not impatient.
No, I'm sorry, I had to
quoting
put it,
you.
my Lord.
Look, if I'm wrong,
Yes.
I admit, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you yourself, you said your client was Ed Velaria. And say, unless you say he was not there, fine. Then I withdraw everything.
Because the other evidence that we need to hear, and that's been the trend, we need to hear it from the clients. Instead of the court saying, didn't you say so? Because he's going to say yes, because the court is validating that answer for the witness.
No, I'm not. Just quoting the evidence, as you have admitted.
We are part of this evidence, my Lord. We read the same evidence, we hear the same evidence that His Lordship is hearing. My Lord, it's 1 o'clock, may we take a longer agenda?
And this witness, he can't know where your client was. He can only testify about the device. But me, having listened to you putting the assertions, you said your client was Ed Velaria. And when Mojano says he got the phone at Velaria, you said through your client, he is not telling the truth. That's all.
That's the court basis.
So allow me excoriated for quoting the evidence.
No, my Lord, let's take the long agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Minister.
All right,